All right. Now then, let's get this cracking. Crank this down a touch. Now we have all of this crap in here, and we're going to refactor it. Yesterday we were stumped by the fact that we couldn't write to the channel, but we could read from it. So that's where we're going to start. And I am going to conquer this, even if I look ridiculous in the process. It's all about looking crap. Okay. Now, first of all, we're going to refactor things so that the IRC chat stuff is in one place, the Helix and event sub stuff is in another place, and the OICD stuff, including the route that receives the request from Twitch, is in a third place. And we orchestrate it all from here. So we're going to go source OIDC-RS, source event sub, and source, what did I say? Oh yeah, IRC, which is chat. Okay, 3 different files, and then we're going to go pub mod OIDC, pub mod chat, pub mod event sub. Okay. Now then, let's go to, we'll start with chat. And we'll remove everything that doesn't look like chat, basically. So we'll go get rid of this. Don't need it. The auth token we're going to get rid of. We don't need that either. That was a vain attempt. We're going to generate our own token instead. Also, we're going to remove from cargo, we're going to remove the tracing stuff for now. Okay. Let's go back to chat. To be careful that we're always editing the correct one. I'm going to keep doing boring things while the chat's running, while the ads are running. So login credentials. Yeah, I don't know about that. I think we're going to end up doing the flexible approach that they demonstrate in their docs. So I think we're going to rip all that out. And we're going to go back to the default config, which is this, like so. Don't need that right now. And then the moment, we're just using private message. So we'll keep that. And then we'll keep that and that. That seems about right. I don't think we're going to be calling it run. I think we'll call this probably chat listener. Yeah, we'll go with chat listener. Seems sensible to me. And then we've got, all right, so we can quit out of chat and we can go to main and we can remove everything that we've got in that other file. We'll get rid of all this, get rid of that, basically everything here. Oh, that's right, because we pulled it all out and put it into main old, because why not? Okay. Yeah, I remember this now. Okay, good, fine. So probably what we're going to end up doing is Tokyo spawn, move chat listener await. It'll be something like this. I'm just not quite sure what yet. So if we look at the example from main old, we spawned it. Yeah. Async move, and then whatever await. Yeah. So let's go with async move. Well, let's chat equals something like that. Chat listener comes from chat. Oh, it's private. Whoops. Yes, it is. That will never do. And chat's not being used. Okay, cool. So what we were doing previously was to use, where is it? Flatten, try join, flatten server. And this was an invention of the person whose example it was. And this is their flatten function. Match handle await. Basically just to translate errors and or results into their correct forms, including with IR. So let's keep to their pattern. We'll go back to main, keep using their pattern, and then it's going to be Tokyo try join. And the first thing we're going to have in there is chat. Oh, flatten chat. Expected one of those, but I got one of those. Right. I see call the function and await the result. That makes sense. Right. I understand. Gradually getting used to these futures. It may take me another year or so, but it's okay. We'll get there. Look how tidy that looks. Of course, it doesn't work right now, but it's tidy, so who cares? All right. Now, next step. Need to do the same thing except for the OECD stuff. So we need to go to main old, get all of the OECD related code and shove it into our OECD module, which I'm going to do by yanking the entire file, OIDC, I've got to keep pronouncing it correctly. Okay. Now I need to rip out everything that's not OIDC. Because there's a whole bunch of Twitch API stuff in here. First of all, let's get rid of the main function. That's gone. Don't know about those yet, but we'll figure it out. OIDC request state we still need. Connect is the WebSocket stream, and we don't need that. That's for event sub. Listener is for the WebSocket stream. Process message is also for the WebSocket stream. All right. I feel like we probably don't want to be handling environment variables in this. We want to be doing that in some kind of central configuration step. And we don't need a Helix client or really any of that stuff. We do need an issuer URL. And because we're returning an error, there's probably no reason we couldn't just do this. Provide a metadata. Match core provider metadata discover async. Okay, error. Don't think I need to do that anymore. Get rid of that. Maybe not. Oh, because of the match. There we go, that's better. And again here, That's all good. Okay, env-id, we'll figure that out in a minute. Core client is correct. That's the OIDC stuff. Set redirect URI. This is all opening the OIDC URL. We need that. Oops. And then the router. Now this is TCP listener and router. Yep, we need that stuff. Then we've got tracing. We won't be doing that. Incoming messages is no, that's all from our previous attempt to get the IRC stuff working. So we can get rid of that. And we should be able to get rid of that. The thing is, we don't want this to exit. We don't need this. This is, yep, don't need that. Don't need that because it's in the other file. Now the response should go at the top here. Definitely got more cleanup to do in there. Not sure about this because I think we'll find if we exit prior to that, in fact, we may even want to set up the handler as a completely separate thing. Like as a completely separate file, like OIDC and then server or routes or something. The only problem with that is that the routes need to know about the CSRF token and the nonce. So it basically needs to be okay for this function to exit so long as the route has been provided with the correct config. Is it okay to exit here, or do we need to wait for the route to be hit? What's happened to treesitter? Why is that not highlighting correctly? Okay, that's better. All right, and then we've got OIDC handler. Couple of errors and a bad request. CSRF state, we do indeed need to check. Checking for the code. Setting a redirect. Because if we don't, it fails due to a bad request. Set the auth type, which is request body, and that's the mistake we were making previously. Then we get the response, which is and then we get the response by exchanging the code and setting the PKC verifier. Then token response is response request async OpenID connect request async HTTP client. I don't know why that's there. And then there was this issue where the response is actually incorrect on Twitch's side. And we might need to PR that because it's treated as an error, even though the contents of the pass error are actually our token. And the reason I know that is because when we uncomment this, it outputs our token. Even though this appears to be an error, well, a pass error, that contains a token. Yeah. So there's a bit of work to do there, but we have split it into its own file, which is good. Interesting, it's telling me to remove IR. Oh, right, because I'm not using the macro. Sure, we can do that. What else are we not using? Code token request. Scope. And unbounded receiver. Thanks tonight. QX. Why would I need twitch-irc client? I am in the right file, yeah. Server message. Oh, okay, here we go. Yeah, this needs to go. Okay, that's definitely tidy in. Still got a couple of errors because of missing config, but we'll do that next soon. Okay, so now the final step is to go to event bus, event sub, and everything in here, let's just read main old, and we'll remove everything that's not event sub. So we can get rid of that. Keep that. Keep that. Get rid of those. Keep those. We probably won't even call this yet, but I just want it available. Issuer URL is, no, we don't need that. That's IDC. Provider metadata is IDC. Still all OIDC. Routers OIDC, same thing. Client config is twitch-irc, that's twitch-irc, that's twitch-irc. That stuff will handle in, actually no, the WebSocket stuff is correct, but we'll do it from the other file. Chat listener is not necessary. Latin isn't necessary. Go away, go away, go away. All right, cool. Now, any missing? Oh, LSP died. See if we can get it back. Ah, yep. Get rid of all of that. And this. Feels too good to get rid of the clutter. Magical. All right. Any other errors in here? Yep, so env ID, env token. So we're going to need to, really our next step is to set up our config values so that we can get those. We only need to get them once per run. They shouldn't change. And we need to get rid of the main function. Okay. So that gives us a good little refactor. We can probably delete main old now. And go to main. So now we ought to be able to import let OIDC equals Tokyo spawn async move OIDC, what do we call it, listener, I think. Okay, actually I'd need to call the run function, right? In which case I need to rename run. So OIDC. Authenticate. To do, it's likely we'll need to split out the AXIM handler in some way. And then we'll go Latin OIDC. And then in theory, we would also go let event sub async move, event sub, and then we'll need to rename that one's run function. I think just listener, or maybe connect. Oh no, listener. Await. And we'll rename chat listeners to listener. And that's pretty much that. and then we'd go let in event sub. Definitely tidier. So now we need to come up with a way to store config values and share them in between Tokyo threads. And I saw an example of that using Arc recently, so we'll go and have a look at that. And also we'll just turn off the event sub stuff for now, because we won't, yeah, we don't want to mess with it yet, but I think we will in very short order. Okay, so let's find our example. Let us find our example. No more ads. It's in twitch-irc, Twitch API is where it is. Excuse me. And it's in examples. I did find that the examples from here were quite complex, but it did have a good little thing for config, which I want to copy. Options. Now he's talking about storing them in, we're going to totally yoink some of this and then simplify it. I think these are ones that are stored in a local file, but I don't want to do that. I'm probably going to use 1Password. But I may end up teaching the Rust thing how to read 1Password. I'm not sure yet. At the moment, we're just using 1Password CLI. So we'll go plug mod config, config rs, source config rs, and paste all of that in, none of which will work. And clap, I assume, is the thing that they use to read the file, the config file. Command line argument parser. Oh, okay. Interesting. I do like that, but I don't think I want it right now. I just want a way to store the config and have it distributed to the other parts of the program. Arc predicate group parser. Yes, I don't need to care about any of that. The options, OAuth2 access token is not something I'm going to, actually it is. Option secret, but I think secret will come from clap, right? No, where's it defined? Oh, okay. Implement secret self O. Why are we calling it a secret? Oh, from string. Oh, okay. Just to stop it from spamming to the yeah. That's very sensible. I like it. I'm keeping it. Okay, so option secret, fine. Name of channel to monitor if left out defaults to owner of access token. And Interesting. Defaults to owner of access token. I didn't even know that was possible. I don't think that's what we're going to want, though. So we are definitely going to specify the channel. Get rid of that. Option string. User ID of channel to monitor. So that's, what do you call it? The broadcaster, I think. I'll check that. I might be wrong. Is there a difference between broadcaster ID and channel ID? Twitch channel ID broadcaster. The user ID and a broadcaster ID are the same thing, just different labels are used to describe data and parameters. Okay. But is the user ID and a channel ID the same thing? Every Twitch username comes with its own unique channel ID, also known as a user ID. Okay. Stream weasels. That's awesome. Okay. Fair enough. I don't know if I care about calling it a broadcaster ID. Let's just call it a channel ID. Wait, what do they call it? A Twitch ID, also known as a user ID. All right, let's call it channel ID, just to be simple. Now then, URL to service that provides the OAuth2 token, that would be us. I suppose one thing I could do is provide a URL that starts the process and a URL that ends the process. Like have my own little service. There's probably no reason why I couldn't do that. Tempting. I'm not sure. Have a think about that one. I might prefer to just initiate it in code as a request whenever I need to, like whenever I need to use the refresh token. And then I don't have to worry about messing around with different routes and that kind of thing. Yeah. But just got to have some kind of event for when the new token's available. This application does not do any refreshing of tokens. Yep. Go away, go away. Bear a key for authorizing on the OAuth service URL. Don't care about that. Grab token by pointer. Grab a new token from the OAuth2 service this many seconds before it actually expires. Default is 30. Okay. Interesting idea. I don't think I need to configure that right now. these are all the things I really want to know. So channel ID, but I'm also going to add bot ID. And bot secret. Neither one of which will necessarily be available right away. Now, actually, I should have looked to see whether it had a way to rip these out of environment variables or not. Okay. Token should not have OAuth as a prefix. Token needs to be 30 characters. All right. So where's the code for actually making that work? It doesn't have anything to do with, oh, actually it does. Hidenv equals true, group equals service, value parser, URL pass, required unless present token. Right. Okay. So I take it clap takes care of passing environment variables. Seems to me that would be a thing. Read from name environment variable when argument is not present. Okay. If it's not present in the environment, then default rules will apply. That'd be quite tempting to use the crate just for that feature. Available on crate feature env only. Yeah, all right, let's do that. That seems like an easy thing to do. Cargo add clap. And we need to enable the env feature. Okay, so now we need to add back all of the stuff that we took away. That's kind of annoying, but never mind. We'll just do it selectively. I wonder what long means. But yeah, let's do this. And that's where that toToken function comes into. Required unless present service. I'm quite sure about that. Oh, that's for the URL service. Group service. Okay. Yep. Group token. I don't really care about the group right now. High-def true. Value parser is 2 token. Yep. Okay, cool. And clap. So we need, I don't care about the groups. Derive parser, debug, and clone I do care about. And that. Oh, except for our group. And probably, actually none of that. Where's parser? Oh yeah, okay. So really, just that. Oh, did I get that wrong? Is it not part of use clap, builder, arg predicate, arg group, and parser? Derive parser. It's only a trait without a derive macro. And yet it says that those, huh, cannot find derived macro parser. Is that because I haven't turned a feature on? Hang on, what's his cargo say? Derive. That's the one. Derive. Cool. Now we're talking. Okay. Nice. Okay, so same thing for, can I just provide a default value for channel to monitor? I presume. Take a quick look at that. Says comes from an environment variable, defaults to owner of access token. How do I do a default? Default value, there we go. So I should be able to do, for example, I think those triple quotes, triple comments are for documentation, right? It's a good little crate. I like it. The bot secret is going to be another environment variable. Can I specify what the environment variables are called? Name, implementation into resettable OS string. Huh. All right. So can I do that in there? And if so, how? Where are the examples? Cookbook, that's a potential one. I just want to specify the name. I don't suppose it's as simple as like what do I call it? ID. Oh, secret. Something like that. That doesn't look right. It's not an error. Hmm. Uh, get derive. Cargo example derive. Or do you have to use equals instead of parentheses? See if that's an error as well. Yeah, I bet it's that. Well, let's find out. Um, except that this isn't going to be an environment variable. It's going to be set by our program. So that actually isn't something that we want for this one, but it is for this one. And we don't want a value passer for it. And I don't think that means we want toToken at all. In terms of the channel ID, can we not just provide a default value? Possibly. I do not know. What about default value? Oh yeah, we saw it before, right? Yeah. So let's go. Not an environment variable. What does long mean? Sets the long version of the argument without the preceding. Oh, okay. Channel ID. Okay, so our default value is 18460,381, something like that. And then channel to monitor, same thing. Monitor BASI, and access token is going to be set at runtime. So I don't want, oh, actually that parser thing, do I even need that now? That's the question. Be right back. Okay, so I think that takes care of it all. So we've got a default channel ID, default channel name. It's probably worth saying name. A bot ID and a bot secret, which will be determined, which will be passed from one password. Fair enough. And in fact, this one should be option secret as well. To be honest, this can be too. Okay, now that we've got that in place, we need to instantiate it. So let's see how they did that. When in doubt, steal from someone else, which I think will have been in here. Install utils, options pass, right. So that's what launches it basically. All right. So in main, we'll go let config equals config pass. And it hasn't to import anything, which is kind of annoying. So I guess we want use. Oh, well, actually, we should just be able to do config is kind of annoying. Ted's looking like he might come out and join you. He's a bit sleepy. So use config config, and I do believe that Rust Analyzer has quit on me. Let's find that out. Wait 5 seconds for the fans to spin up. No, maybe it really can't find any problems. Okay, so let config equal config pass. That should give us, oh yeah, it's definitely dead. Auto start false, blah, blah, blah. Maybe because it can't build right now. I don't know. Now, how do they make the config values available? Debug, options, try pass, blah, blah. Debug. Yeah, here we go. Arc new options. Await with context. Yeah, don't care about that. Options, arc options. Yeah. So arc makes it available to all of the Tokyo threads, basically. And then how are we using it later? Options, channel ID, just directly, basically. Okay, great. Very cool. Is it mutable is the other thing. So run arc new. Config, basically await. Yeah. Essentially that. And arc is imported from what? Standard sync arc. In fact, it's a standard import, so we'll take that above there. Okay, yeah, I kind of wish Rust Analyzer was doing its thing. What happens if we just do a cargo build? It'll break badly. Oh, okay. Can't get clap to arrive. Huh, interesting. Let's do a cargo clean. And I put build again. Ah, same problem. I swear there was a derive feature. I guess I'm wrong. If you're looking for the pre-release package, no. Huh. Where are my features? Blah, 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 derive. Without this, blah, blah, blah. Certainly says that it's there. I do not know what you mean, cargo. Have I spelt it wrong? Features derive env. D-E-R-I-V-E. Certainly looks right. What happens if I bump the version down? Oh, actually, hang on. Check the, oh, available on crate feature unstable doc only. What version do these have? So let's look at their GitHub. Where is their GitHub? twitch-irc. Okay, so 3 weeks ago, changelog. Version 5. Derive. Allow non-literal arc-id attributes again. Derive update hack. Huh. I'm missing something obvious. 278 issues, damn. What was the error exactly? Clap derive. Maybe it was the way I used the env. Yeah, like that. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know what's going on there. I assume if I take that out, it breaks in a different place. Well, at least it builds. Sort of. Should break any second now because I've got lots of red. Yeah. So let's go back to that. Derive. Huh. The requirement clap derive equals version 4.5.4. You look for the pre-release package. Weird. How to select a version. Valid version, something like that. Clap derive doesn't work. Oh, Dervy. Can it be built? That's very odd. Can't think of any obvious reason why that syntax wouldn't work. Hmm. We got any pull requests outstanding for this version? Maybe I need to drop back a version. What happens if we use 4.5.0? Nope. That's so weird. if we clone git github.com clap rs clap. Maybe I'm misunderstanding something about the feature flag. Have a look at their cargo. Features, derive, debug, derive. Oh, deprecated? Clap derive. Weird. Clap derive, version 4.5.4, optional true. Wonder if I should, required, okay. That's the demo. Required features derive. Certainly seems fine. In fact, it's very popular. Why would I not be able to use it? Failed to select version for the requirement. What about general advice on the error? No version point, blah, blah, blah. Compiler is outdated. It's unlikely. I'm using nightly. Well, we could try just rebuilding doing a rust up update, just for the hell of it. Why not? Give it a crack, worth a go. Just about time for another cup of tea. The old fans on the computer spin up for a minute. Okay, so we've moved to, oh, we're not using nightly here. That's interesting. I thought I was. I normally do. Stable is 177.2, and what were we on before? 177.1. Fair enough. So let's rebuild just to see if it fails again. Quite certain it will. We're sure that that was the version that got published. Four, 5, 4. Isn't it funny the time you spend doing things that are kind of only adjacent to your project, but end up taking up an enormous amount of time. And usually it's got something to do with tooling. Okay. Let's figure this out. We've got 4.5, 4.4.7, 4.4.2. What have I missed? Let's look at the example and their cargo and just see if there's any other clues there. Clap. version 447 derive env. Well, I mean, could try 447 again, I guess. Why not? It's not something stupid like you have to have version first, is it? Because I always alphabetize, which is a bad habit, probably. I mean, that would just be ridiculous, right? Surely it's not order sensitive. No, well, it's definitely comma sensitive. No. All right, good. Because that would really drive me nuts. All right, let's go 447 just for the hell of it. I don't really see why that would work, but you know what? Wouldn't hurt to try. No. All right, so something independent of that. Maybe a Rust feature? No, really? Seems unlikely. Um, 5, 4. It's a bit painful, really. All right, let's look at the dependencies. It's nothing really. I could try using nightly, but I have no idea why that would work. Um, hmm. Features derive in version 4.5.4. There's nothing about that that should fail. What am I missing? Something about my cargo setup, something about the version of Rust doesn't seem likely, and yet there's no reports of anything similar, near as I can tell. Optional flag argument conflicts with required subcommand. 2 days ago. Nope, that's not it. Command subcommand precedence over arg. Nope. Failed. What is it? Failed to select a version. Clap derived version conflict with proc macro. But that was like 2 years ago. Oh yeah, remove the lock. Maybe that's an issue. I was doing something. That's exciting. Man, I didn't know the lock file could get out of sync. That kind of sucks. Nice. All right, so inconsistent state. After adding the feature derive. Huh. Don't suppose it's still there. The workaround still works. Kind of still is there. A long-standing bug in Cargo's resolver, unfortunately. Cargo's attempt to use the previous log file as the source of how to prevent version resolution is a bit too strict here. Huh. I don't know if we ever actually fixed that, but hey, that's cool to know. When in doubt, try removing the log file. Just wasted half an hour trying to troubleshoot it, but never mind. Okay, so we're back to a roughly buildable state. Good. Back to main. So when we last left our heroes, they were passing the config. That's the fan spinning up, which means Rust Analyzer must be on the way. And it's about to tell me all the things that are wrong. Yep. Okay, no function or associated item named pass. Items from traits can only be used if the trait is in scope. Okay. Yep, so use clap parser. Remove the extra argument. Take 0 arguments? Yes, it does. So we want config, which is an arc config, I think. Yeah. Okay, and then we will pass the config. I do still need to find out if it's mutable because we're going to need to write the token to it. Don't see any particular reason why it wouldn't be. So we'll pass a reference to probably not a mutable reference for the chat listener, although I'm not too sure about that yet. But a reference to config, which will be an error right now, and then a reference to config there. Cool. Making progress, Still can't build it, but making progress. So this takes a reference. Config is a reference to an arc config. And that means we need use config, and we need use standard, what's it called? Sync arc. Oh, right, create config. Actually, isn't there, can't you say like super config? Yeah. Which we don't use yet, but we will. Because we're going to do a client config that depends on it. But that's okay. We just want to build so far. So this one, once again, takes a config, which is a reference to an arc config. And then these ones are going to become config bot ID. And config bot secret. Oh, right, because they're options. Now, do I want to, and they're secrets, so I need to convert them from that too. I think probably into would take care of that. The question is, so I want to unwrap them, or do I want to check for an error? Maybe something like, is there an into for that matter? From is not satisfied. So how did we define secret? Returns the has a function secret which returns an AND string. So we could go secret and expect. Yeah, I don't really want to use that. I think I might go like that. Right, because it's an option. Do I have to use unwrap? I feel like there's another way to do this. Maybe I should do this separately. Let client ID equals config bot ID. Maybe I should return a. What's the best way to do this with an option? Secret is config bot secret. I mean, you can just obviously do this. Which makes this that and that. All right. Right. Okay, so this is where the arc comes in. Option secret does not implement what? No, don't go. Dog hears the barking. He wants to go bark too. Good boy. Quiet dog. It's okay. Don't panic. The other dog is just mental. Don't worry about it. It's all good. It's all good. Good boy. Stay there. Good dog. Sorry for any lurkers. I'm just talking to my dog. No, you stay there, please. Good boy. Good boy. Good dog. Yeah, that's better. Good job, buddy. Go back to sleep. Quiet dog is a happy dog. Maybe, probably not. Okay, doesn't implement. Doesn't implement what? Copy. Oh, okay. Is there any particular reason we shouldn't implement copy? Oh, because of string, right? String's always a pain in the ass. Yeah. I gotta take a pause real quick. I'm gonna make a cup of tea. I'll be right back. All right. Cup of tea equipped. Now, my memory is that you can't implement copy on stuff with strings in it. But let's just find that out. Yep. Oh, wait. Secret needs to implement copy. Well, actually, maybe that was the problem. But yeah, again, yeah. Okay, what about, instead of doing that, what about if we cloned it, perhaps? Or what about if we clone this one? We've got to clone something. Oh, interesting. Okay. All right. So in theory, that works. Are there any other errors in the file? We don't use that. And actually, we probably shouldn't have that spawn code in there at all. Because we're already doing it. We should probably put the server definition in a separate file. Spawn it, but also have the CSRF token somehow in the shared config is all I can think of. This feels like a weird design. We should certainly pull out the redirect URL and the issuer URL into config. And then, yeah, maybe we should put the Axum server somewhere else. Feels like we should. First of all, first things first, these values here, is there a better way to do this rather than unwrap? Feels wrong. Let's ask the Oracle, shall we? Stream weasels. It's awesome. Okay, Oracle. Given the following, where bot ID is a secret string. No, hang on. Essentially, pub struct secret string. Actually, no, bot ID is an option. That's obviously pseudocode, but never mind. We'll see how good it is at interpreting that. Can the unwrap be avoided? Pretty sure the answer is yes. I don't want to use a flat. I should have said with the question mark. Don't really want to use map or. Come on. Magical creature that types fast. Oh, so it has to return an option. It can't return a result. That's why I can't use the question mark. What does it return? It returns a result, IR error. If the function instead returns results, there go the ads again. Can the operator still be used on options? Oh, you'd have to convert it to a result. Huh. So okay or else. Okay. I don't hate that. It's not. Okay. I actually don't hate that. I kind of like it. Um, I mean, in theory, we should be guaranteeing that it's already present, in which case unwrap is not a problem. But let's try and be a little bit elegant about it, shall we? Use IR, one of the more awkwardly named libraries I've met. Let's go away. So we've got clone or okay or else. Oh, you're kidding. Is there an okay or IR? What? Transform the option into a result TE. That's awesome. What? Config is missing client ID, bot ID. Config is missing bot ID. That's awesome. I like it. Okay. Okay, or IR. I note that ChatGPT did not suggest this. How dare it not suggest it? Okay. So now client ID becomes client ID secret, which will probably need to be a two-owned. I don't suppose into works in this situation. No, it does. Client ID, client secret, into. Okay, not terrible. I can live with that. I wonder if there's a thing. The thing about using arc is that you want stuff within it that supports copy, and secret does not support copy. And the reason it doesn't support copy is it's got a string in it. And if you make that an and string instead, you've got to worry about lifetimes. So I guess we'll stick with this for now. Not wild about how verbose it is, but it should be pretty safe. So now we'll extract. Does the PKCE code challenge have to be different for every request? I suppose it probably does. But we could extract the issuer URL and the redirect URL. Redirect URL. IDC club clap long env. No, not env. Default value HTTP localhost 3000. Seems reasonable. And then we'll go for issuer URL. And we may as well alphabetize while we're here, because I can't help myself. Clap long default value. Can't remember. Yeah. And then we've got pub issuer URL option string. Yes, that seems reasonable. We're also going to want to set up the nonce and see is the best place for things like nonce and CSRF in the config. Feels like it should be kept in some other kind of memory store. But the simplest option is to use the config and keep writing to it. I just need to confirm whether it can be treated as mutable, but I don't see why not. Even, yeah, the only thing would be the arc, the issue of using arc. Can arc things be mutable? Arc sync Tokyo mutable. Tokyo sync mutex. Standard sync arc. Arc new mutex new 0. Yeah. What do you use for values that could frequently update? They release on every iteration. Not quite sure about that one. We might have to come back to it. I don't think I'm going to be able to modify things like the token right away. So that's going to be interesting. Maybe I can modify it before I put it in the arc. Okay, one thing at a time. Let's get these. Issuer URL is going to be config issuer URL clone. Okay, for ir config missing issuer URL. And provide a metadata is going to be issuer URL. To string? No. Huh. What am I passing it? What? Oh, I see. Ah, yeah. There we go. Yeah, that looks right. And then we need to use the redirect URI. Or rather, we need, yeah. Config redirect URL clone. Okay, or ir config missing redirect URL. Sweet. Okay, that's a big chunk of configgy stuff. Let's try and get it in some kind of order. The only dependent thing is provide a metadata that can go at the bottom. And then client secret, client ID, PKCE stuff, issuer URL. Yeah. Redirect URL is going to be a string. No, I need to create it. Yeah. And this. Oh, okay. So we do need to actually we need to create it earlier. New config blah blah blah. Another question mark. Yeah. And then this becomes redirect URL. Possibly cloning it. Yeah. And this one, same deal. Okay. We're getting somewhere. We are getting somewhere. That was all of the setup stuff, creating the client, etc. Possible we might want to extract some of that into its own area, but we'll just see where we get to. Okay. Oof. Okay, so we've got our client, we're setting the redirect URI, we're authorizing, we open the browser here, and then we create our router. So this is the point at which I think we should probably be looking at extracting this into its own area. Like OIDC routes or whatever. In fact, we could make OIDC its own directory. Well, let's just roll with that and see what happens. So make source OIDC and move this to source OIDC mod rs, and then edit source OIDC server, I suppose. Grab everything. Probably won't need all of it. Don't need most of this. Just call it server. The only issue is going to be getting the state. So the state has client ID, client secret, CSRF token, nonce, string, and so on. Now, I'm not sure whether we create those outside and then populate them. See, the difficulty is that the CSRF token has to be different for every request. I know that I'm only going to make one request at a time, so I'm not sure if I really have to care about that. It's not exactly designed as a high traffic server. I think probably if we pass this into both of them as a mutable resource and both can modify it, does sound like the kind of thing we ought to be doing. So this Tokyo spawn would move up a level to the calling module. Yeah. And of course, this would be, whoops. This would be from the config. Except we probably wouldn't use a socket address for it. Okay. So what's the first thing to do? Probably move the config. Let's take that and put it in main. And then we'll do something like probably put it here. Actually, that should really go in the OIDC crate still. Yep. So go to ITC, mod RS, leave it there, which it is. And then just create one of them. IDC config equals IDC, maybe IDC state. This is going to be tricky, especially if arc determines that each one has its own copy of it. How do we pick up changes? I need to figure this one out. I think arc is the correct answer. I just don't know. That doesn't look right. Request state. Okay, so we need, oh, it needs a bunch of stuff that's dependent on config. So we need to do all of that unpacking again. God damn it. So actually, if we do it here, that's fine, because then we can just pass it in. So the IDC module might not need to care about config at all for that matter. That's great. So let's just grab all of this. And remove that. But as I said, still don't really know how the mutability of it is going to work in. And then OpenID connection nodes, you say. And CSRF token and probably a bunch of other things. Seems to me. IR option next. Really? Okay. PKC code challenge comes from OpenID Connect again, I think. Find that out. Yep. Bunch of types we needed. And issue a URL. Okay. Now, we have a problem with config getting moved. PKC challenge isn't getting used because that's the thing we're supposed to be passing. Right, so we're going to need, oh man. Actually, I think it's better not to. It's weird that we're creating it here instead of in OECD. I wonder if it should be an option and then we just add it on later. In fact, that's probably true of a bunch of stuff here. CSRF token, the nonce, PKC verifier. If we just make them options and set them to none initially, then we don't have to deal with them until we actually need them. The only things we really need are the, yeah, okay, let's do that. What? Why are you dying? Oh boy. OICDC. Option. Option. And option. And option. Yeah. Okay. So we still need to create a bunch of those things here. Like the PKC verifier. In which case the config will get assigned that. The provider metadata. And CSRF token. I don't think we're going to want to set those to new random. So none, none, and none. Getting better. All right. Now, it's highly likely that we can get away with, go away at sign, thank you. It's highly likely we can get away with not passing config to the OIDC stuff at all, and instead passing a mutable reference to the OIDC state. And there's bound to be a better way to do this. I just don't know what it is yet. And actually we'll need to do that inside of an arc as well, I guess. So do I pass that directly here, or do we need to use it for something else? We need to use it for the server. So IDC state is going to be arc like that, I think. Oh, comparison operators cannot, what? Oh, okay. Is it arc new, perhaps? Yeah, new. Okay. So that means we need to change the argument to authenticate. Oh man, got to get Rust Analyzer working again. It's been dying on me a little too much lately. So we go to OIDC mod RS. All right, now that argument is going to be incorrect. So 36, it's going to be a mutable reference to an arc OIDC request state. I really don't know what happens when you try and modify it. I really don't. So we need to get the we'll just go OIDC state. This will become OIDC state issue a URL. Really? Oh, okay. So I do need that. I definitely need that. Does it have to be an option? Surely not. String. And in fact, we could make it issue a URL, in which case I need to change the way it's defined, but that's fine. Right, better. And redirect URL becomes OIDC state. And there is a difference here between state and config. I'm kind of aware of that, but I just want to get it working and not be too fussy about the details right now. OIDC state redirect URI. Don't really know why we make that distinction anymore. I mean, I kind of do, but I don't. All right. OIDC state CSRF is going to be CSRF token new random. And same with this. Sure, yep, fair enough. Seems reasonable. Okay. Let router new, get OIDC handler with state OIDC state. Right, and now we've got a mutable reference to an arc. And I may need a mutex. I'm not there yet. I don't understand. I'm not there yet, but I will be. I'm going to get there. It's going to be fine. I'm going to drink more tea and it will all become clear. Right. So where's my handler? My state is an arc OIDC request state. It still thinks it's incorrect because of the mutable reference. That just seems bad. Can't clone it. Fair enough. Should I clone it? I really need to understand this issue. DMLX92, thank you very much for following. Appreciate it. Don't have one of those little pop-up thingies. I'm not Flash. I look over at my window and I see it. Okay, so this issue of shared state between Tokyo threads is going to keep being a problem. And we need shared state because we need to share a nonce, CSRF token, and the other thing that I can't remember. Eventually, we're going to need to share the OAuth token, the access token. So we need to know how to do that properly. But I would like to get some version of this working because I feel like I'm juggling too many errors at once right now. But let's do a little more research, see what we can find. So actually, this is probably a good example because this person did something similar with the event sub example from Twitch API. So let's look at how they passed values around. They clone everything, which is fine. Actually, maybe that is the issue. Maybe I should only be passing the state that I actually need. Maybe I'm overthinking this arc business. Yeah, let's have a think about that because there is a difference between config and state here. Let's go config, and then let's go derive clone pub struct OIDC request state. See where that leads us. I think I need those three things, but not that. Yeah, and then this becomes one of those. And these are going to be wrong. So we'll go let, see again, does it work? What happens if we need to, how do we write the token back? If we're juggling between two different Tokyo threads, one of which is issuing a request and one of which is providing a server for the response. The server needs to be able to write the token somewhere. Is there some kind of in-memory cache that we can use? Honestly, I'm going to go to ChatGPT because it probably knows more about libraries than I do. So let's have fun with that. You can see what I've been doing for work. Count Kafka topic messages. Font alternatives. Boy. Okay. So how to formulate this. Imagine two Tokyo threads are spawned. One which sends an OIDC request and another which acts as a web server handling the response. Well, redirect. How can the two threads share values, some of which must be mutable and able to be shared with other tasks In particular, we need to be able to write and update an access token value shared by many tasks. I think that expresses the problem I'm having. Shared state concurrency tools, Arc and Mutex. Yep. So I'm kind of in the right area. Define a shared state wrapped in a mutex and in an Arc for shared ownership. One will handle sending the OIDC, sure. I don't really need. What they're saying is it's an Arc, it's a mutex within an Arc. Wait a minute. State cloned lock unwrap access token state notify. Hey, that's the piece of the puzzle I'm missing. So you can notify the other tasks that have been updated. Okay, I'm with you now. So that was the bit that I was curious about, was the signaling, right? Might need to read or update the access token. Tokyo spawn, async move, let mute state, lock, unwrap, state notify, notified. Oh, wait. Okay. All right. That's actually a pretty damn impressive explanation. I hope it's correct. All right, cool. I am okay with that. So one of the things that's going to happen is that the CSRF token, man, that rain's heavy outside. The CSRF token needs to update on every request. Because we're only making one request at a time, we can do that and simply notify the server when it needs to read a new CSRF token. If we were writing like a proper web server, we wouldn't be able to do that. But I think in this case, it's probably fine. And we'll soon find out if it starts failing. All right, cool. So what's this going to look like? We need the definition of the shared state and the kinds of things that it needs to care about. So that's going to be CSRF token, nonce, PKCE verifier, and access token, and maybe ID token. Do they need to be options? I guess they do. Is there an access token in the OpenID Connect library? Yes, there is. Should I also provide space for an ID token? Does Twitch use the ID token? Oh, and the refresh token is the other thing. Do I need to care about the ID token? I probably do. I imagine that's where the claims live, so but it also has claims and fields. and verifier. Ah, do I need to care about that? Why, yes, I do. Additional claims, gender claim. Huh, really? JWE, JWS, and JSON Web Key type. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to need to store this. Let's park it for now. We've got enough complexity to deal with. Um, and we're going to need mutex as well. But maybe not in here. What have we got that we don't need? Routing get, router. Tidy up, tidy up. Lots of tidy up. All right, cool. I feel a bit more secure about all of that. So OIDC request state, nice. Or even just OIDC state. Yeah. Okay. So we now need to say, we need to structure the way that that happens in main. So we did a bunch of config stuff. I now am led to wonder if I need to do that. I still want to use an arc for the config, but these are all hard-coded values now. So they're not likely to change. Do I still need an arc for it? Or can I just clone one and send it to everything? If it's read-only, do I have to care? Arc is a shared ownership. Okay, I guess I'll leave it there. But again, we could take all of this, get the mess out of here, and just let each task use the config however it wanted. So we'll rip all of this out. Go back here, put it all in here, and have a bunch of problems. Okay, undo a whole bunch of things that we thought we had right, but turned out not to be. And we will change that to config. Oh yeah, and now we've got to create the issue URL again. And right. I thought this was a string now. Config issue URL clone, okay, or IR. So what's the problem now? Oh, I see. There we go. And same deal here. Config, except that we're using client ID now. Probably don't need the clone. Right. Into, and same deal here. Secret into. More changes. Redirect URI. I have to create that. No, redirect URL. That's the problem. Cool. Now, this is shared state. So it needs to be passed on line 40. Well, not line 40, 42. How was that example going? Async move this thing. Let mute state, state cloned, lock, unwrap. So this will be what's being passed into the function. And we use the lock on it. And then we access token. Right, we write to it and then we notify. Okay, great. All right, I can do that. I can do it. I can do it. It's fine. I can do it. What are we passing? We're passing a reference to an arc. Or are we passing a reference? Or are we passing by value here? It's a good question. I think we're passing by reference. State is an and mute arc mutex OIDC state. Just a wee ad break rolling through. Time to drink some tea. So when we do this update, we're going to go state. We need to lock it. State lock unwrap. Again, I don't know that I really want to unwrap. Maybe I can do this. Really? It's right there. Is state a reserved word? That's a little weird. What a strange error. Cannot bind value state. I think you're getting confused again, Rust Analyzer. Oh, right. There we go. I wasn't getting confused. I was. Now, state lock. Yeah, don't know about this. Can't be sent between threads safely. All right. So I'm guessing I can't do that. Can I do unwrap? Yes. All right, so my problem is to find, I imagine there's probably an IR method for this. Um, okay, for IR, possibly? No. Okay. For results, sure. Yeah, don't know about that. Let's go with unwrap right now. I'm not sure. Unwrap sounds dangerous in this context. No field CSRF, yep, understandable. So state access token, state cloned lock unwrap. I think we're going to clone it on the way in though, right? Yeah. So that would mean in main, we've got this one taking some shared state. Except it's not an arc new, it's an arc new mutex new. I do believe. Yeah. Yep, that's reasonable. I can understand that. Let's go for we want the standard sync one. And that should allow us to pass it to this. Now, I don't know that I should be, there's no such thing as this, is there? Can't pass a reference to a cloned. It seems unlikely. Oh, this is the wrong one anyway. Right, so expected arc config global, found and arc config global. Oh, okay. I see. I don't think this needs to be mutable. It's just static config values. Okay, that's interesting. So the type's unknown. Is that because of the clone? Just out of curiosity, if I do let foo equals OIDC state clone, and then that, same problem. Is it possible to pass these things by value? That's my question. Shared state, blah, blah, blah. Okay. can you demonstrate a variation where the arc mutex, what do we call it? Shared state is passed to a function. For example, let what were its terms? O equals Tokyo spawn async move listener wait shared state, something like that. Not sure about the references. Not using references, okay. Okay, so making clones. Yeah, but are they actually sharing it? If they're clones, does the arc take care of tracking that? Does the arc wrapper take care of tracking all of the clones, updating their values after a notify? In other words, how the hell do you know if the thing you've cloned, surely they're separate objects? Because if you've cloned, the shared stake is an arc new mutex new, which is fine. The clone for updater is cloned and then passed to the updater. And likewise for the second one. So how is there any connection between the two clones? Okay, we'll try it. We'll try it. We'll try it. I am skeptical until proven wrong. Um, let Does that need to be mutable? You would think, but okay. Let's just take away the mutable and see what happens. Okay, so let shared state equals, oh, I see. So it only puts it on at that. I'm fine with that being the shared state. I don't think we need the initial value, do we? Yeah, we can just use a literal. Okay. So let's not use references, I think is the difference here. And this one is IDC state. And this will be like so. And 17 is an error. That's an error. All of those are errors. Import that. Provider metadata doesn't exist, but access token does. And so does refresh token. And now we need to update the definitions. So that's going to be an art config. And that is going to be one of those. Clone the value to increment its reference count. Right. I thought I did. Config doesn't implement copy, and we've already had this problem because I've got strings in there. So cloning doesn't help. All right, let's try. I don't really understand, but it really does improve it. Okay. Don't understand why you can't do it inline, but never mind. Okay, cool. Well, that actually got rid of some errors. Now let's go and figure this one out. No field CSRF. What is it called? It is called CSRF. So OIDC state. I think this is a piece of the puzzle that this example is missing. State lock unwrap. Yeah. There is no field access token. There's no field access token on a arc mutex shared state. See if it's savvy enough to figure that one out. I did. Yes, I thought I did. Yeah. Clone it. Sure. Lock it. Why isn't mutex blocking the current thread until it's able to do so? Okay. Arc clone is a new one on me. Arc clone. Reference to the mutex. Maybe that's what I'm supposed to be doing? Should I be using arc clone? God damn it. Well, that's frustrating. Okay. I wish it had told me that before. All right. Let's see if that modifies our situation a little. Arc clone. Consider borrowing. Yeah, sure. Still consider borrowing. Expected a reference to config global, found config global, sure. All right. I mean, that seems more elegant. Let's just figure out if it works the way we think it does. Oh boy. Uh, so we've still got the same problem. Clone shared state. All right, so let's extract it out like we did before. Chat config equals arc clone config. Sure. All right. Arc clone config. OIDC config. All right. We'll cross that bridge with OIDC state. No, let's do it now. Let OIDC state authenticate state was arc clone OIDC state. Okay. Now go to here and see what I should be receiving. Oh, it seems to agree with me. But there's still no field CSRF on there, even after acquiring a lock. On type arc mutex OIDC state. That's frustrating. So the mutex is arc new mutex. Ads rolling through again. Maybe I should be cloning within this. What about, hang on. Right, so we actually dereference it. No difference there though. Ooh, that's quite confusing. What am I missing? Thread spawn, move, mutex lock, unwrap 10. Oh, you assign it to the result of the unwrap. In which case, it would be something like let S. Yeah, okay, so it was ChatGPT, surprise, surprise, was incorrect, but that's okay. we should be able to figure this out from there. So we should actually be reading documentation. Oh God. And then notify. So let's try, is it S notify or is it going to be state notify? Notify one. No field notify. Hello, little puppy. Do you need some attention? Is that what's happening here? I've just been booped. Good girl. Hi, how you doing? Okay, so that's not a thing. Is this a thing? No. So what type is this? This is an OIDC state. This is the arc-mutex OIDC state. Does this make a difference? Interesting. But I can't notify. So I need to know about that. Maybe this is making it up, which is not good. Rust arc mutex notify. Notify, show me notify. Nope, that's not helpful. I bet you it was making it up. Rust doesn't have a runtime where you dynamically register and subscribe to events. Okay. I think I was being sold down the river by the bot. Damn it. Convar. Unlocks the mutex, which allows the spawn thread to lock it and set start to true. Condition variables represent the ability to block a thread such that it consumes no CPU time while waiting for an event to occur. That's kind of what we're looking for. Typically associated with a Boolean predicate and a mutex. Functions in this model will block the current thread of execution. Note that any attempt to use multiple mutexes on the same condition variable may result in a runtime panic. Okay. Thread spawn, move, blah. That lock cvar. Actually, what happens when we tell the robot that it was wrong? There is apparently no such thing as notify in Rust. Mutexes. Oh, it's in Tokyo. Okay. Well, let's find out about that. Tokyo sync mutex notify. Oh, thank goodness. All right, so I'm using the wrong mutex basically. Back new, notify new. All right, okay, I'm with you. We're making very slow and cautious progress. So can I still use, do I have to use Tokyo's mutex? No, standard sync mutex. Notify one. All right, what has it come up with? Tokyo sync notify. Shared state has a notify on it. Did I miss that? Had it been saying that all along? Yes, damn it. I missed that entirely. Okay, cool. That actually makes a little sense. So on OIDC state, we need a notify. Like so. Okay, I'm with you now. You know what? I apologize to you. I didn't read your example clearly enough. Oh boy. Okay. Um, coding with ChatGPT. Fun and games. All right, focus. Focus, focus. We can do this. We can do this. So now I need to add a notify here, which I assume is notify new or some such. Yep. Sure. And then in authenticate, we should be able to refer to it. Very handy library, Tokyo. Notify one. So we've changed things. The other value that we need to update on here is what? State. Access token, nonce, notify, oh, the PKCE verifier. Okay. SPKCE verifier equals some PKCE verifier. Contains, yeah. What's your problem? Oh, expected string? Really? Yes, you are correct. Okay. We notified that so that the server can update its copy. Have I created that yet? Lost track. Yes, I have. Okay, so I can take all this router stuff out of here. With state, OIDC state. Am I still going to be able to do that? I am, right? I think so. Something like that. Right. Consider changing this to be mutable. Fair enough. And the nonce. Oh yeah, so we need to pass the actual thing, not a new token. And then get rid of the handler. Oh, that was hard. Well, I made it look hard anyway. Clone is not satisfied for, oh, maybe that's why I'm storing a string. And you can't clone for notify either. Damn. Well, I have to take it off and see what else breaks. Nothing so far. All right. Huh. Okay. All right, persevere. We can do this. Um, be nice to get to the point where I can actually test something. That's okay. So, looking at the way we call server, we don't call server yet, but we should. So let's go let server config equals arc clone config. Let server state equals arc clone state. And let server equals Tokyo spawn async move OIDC authenticate OIDC config. Oh wait, server config and server state. And flatten server. That's fair. That's because it doesn't exist. Right. So it doesn't exist yet. All right. That's because in OIDC mod RS, we don't specify it. Yeah, full of errors, but we'll get there. Expected function, found serve. Oh, okay, yeah. That's fair. I guess route or init. Not ideal, but I'll take it. Yeah. Okay, and the arguments. Right. So init is going to take a config, which is an arc config, and a state, which is an arc mutex OIDC state. Can't find mutex, fair enough. Okay, then we got router, get OIDC handler. Right, and we're going to need to unpack that state. So every time the handler writes it, it's going to need to notify. Or no, actually, yeah, it's going to need to notify. So both of them can modify it, which is just sounds hideous. But that's okay. Let's figure it out. So this is going to be certainly not request state, which doesn't exist anymore. And then the question is whether we pass it as a mutex or not. I suspect not. Like it's been passed as a mutex. We take a lock on it. No, we have to, don't we? Ooh, interesting. We only want to lock it when we absolutely have to. And that should only happen when the handler gets called. So I think it has to be in the mutex. So this is also going to be can you store a mutex in a Axum handler state? Hello? Can you safely store an arc mutex in an Axum handler state? Okay. Only do it in the handler. All right. Oh, he's the layer. I don't do that right now. Um, Contrast axioms layer with uh, state. Hello, little puppy. How you doing? Good dog. Layer can be used for a bunch of things. Okay. Oh, all right. So it's probably a newer thing. All right. Well, let's try it. See what happens. So am I passing by reference or not? It axiom extract extension shared foo. Doesn't seem like we are. Let's try without, see what happens. Um, arc mutex ITC state. Got a lot of angle brackets. And then here we just pass it straight across. That worked better than I thought it would, which is somewhat surprising. Right, so now we got a lock. Um, and there's definitely no provider metadata on here. So is that something we should put on there? Or should that be, should we just grab it? Feels like it's a bit of a waste to grab it twice, but oh, and this Tokyo spawn thing needs to come out, I think. Okay, so take the spawn out. So we'll take that spawn out because we're already spawning this whole function. I'm not completely clear on whether this will just serve it indefinitely or not. So I need to find that out too. And then the OIDC handler. So we should probably acquire a lock on the mutex right away because we're going to need values out of it right away. So let's go with let s equals, just call it state, it's clearer. Lock unwrap, and again, I'm not clear on whether I should do more with error handling there. If SCSRF does not equal wait, how do I get, it's in the query string, right? QS state which is an option. So first of all, it's going to be if let CSRF, if let sum CSRF equals QS state, no, let sum cure else error out, return error status code. I don't actually know. Let's go with bad request for now. Better HTTP code. I don't know if bad request is right, but never mind. If SCSRF does not equal CSRF, same deal. Don't know why there's a different status code. I've got two status codes now. Oh my god. Yes, I am. All of these are unused, I think. Okay. Now, to do, what is a good status code for CSRF match? CSRF mismatch HTTP code 419. Huh. 403. Huh. All right, I'll go with that. All right, that's a CSRF token. That is not secret. I think that's it. Right, it's in an option. Fair enough. I think by this stage we should have set it, right? Okay, better. All right, so we can check the CSRF state. Great. We create a client, but we need the metadata again. I don't really see a problem with setting it in the shared state. So I guess that's fine. So if we go back to OIDC, provide a metadata, and in the state 34, what's it called? Provider metadata is going to be an option. Provided metadata. Is it core provider metadata or I don't know? Oh, hang on. Oh boy. Is that why I didn't do it? Nope. That's probably why I didn't do it. I guess I'll do it again. Maybe there's a way to share the client that I don't know about. There probably is. Because there's no particular reason you should use a different client. But that would involve also determining the metadata outside. You know what? Let's just repeat it for now. So discover async, do that. Then in here, we'll do that. Yep, we need this. No, we don't need that. We can get that out of the config. Assuming we pass the config. Yeah, I guess we do. Now, does with state take a single value always? It does. So I guess we'll do it again. Uh, 25 state config state arc. Yeah, no. Okay. State art config. Yeah, I think that's right. So that means we can get the issuer URL, which is going to be let issuer URL equals config issuer URL clone unwrap or no, okay, or higher. Missing config value issuer URL. Can't convert it because, oh, we need to go, right. So in this case, we actually need some else return error status code 500 basically. Yeah, that's better. Okay, then we can use issuer URL. Okay, we still need to build it. Can I do that when I'm in this function? No. Let's okay URL equals issuer URL new issuer URL. Kind of should do it the other way around, but never mind. Else same deal. Kind of clunky, but never mind. Right. Now provide a metadata. And we're still wrong. Right. Source code internal server error. Really not great error detection, but never mind. And then this. So now we need the metadata. Oh, right. So that is in OK. And then client ID. So that's on the config. So we're still unpacking shit. That's all right. We can do it. Man, this is detailed. There's got to be a better way to write this, but it's teaching us things, so that's good. Let client ID actually let sum, no, yeah, let sum client ID equals, no, yeah, we're right. Equals config client ID else clone else return error status code internal server error. Right. It's called bot ID. Definitely a more compact way to do config, I think. This is getting ridiculous. Secret enter. And then we need secret. Config bot ID clone, bot secret clone. Just out of curiosity, do I have to clone it? Probably not. Okay, sweet. It's already been cloned. In that case, probably this is fine too. Yeah. All right. Yeah, we probably need some kind of config unpacker function. Client secret. Secret into redirect URI. Here's another one. Oh man. Definitely a way to share the client would be interesting. I'm just not sure how you would share it between threads. Redirect URI equals config redirect URI URL else return error. I mean, it would probably be a lot easier if you didn't have to convert all the errors. I wonder if there's a way to do it with IR. Status code, internal server error. None of which are ever going to happen, but never mind. It's not really a secret, is it? Just into. Nope. Oh, hang on. Convert from standard string. Oh, right. I have to create one. Sure. Or is it just new? Nope. Expected URL found string. How did I do it last time? From URL, redirect URI. And redirect URI is a redirect URL. Oh, that's this. That's this file. Yeah. And then I use it how? Oh, I see. Config redirect URL clone. So I created as new, not from URL. That's starting to run out of names here. Every step you've got to return a freaking status code. Yeah, it's too annoying. It's definitely a better way to do that. But never mind. We will figure out how to make it pretty later. Is what we will do. All right, getting down there. We need the, hey Dan, how you doing? This is some of the ugliest code I think I've ever written because I don't know the utility functions needed to extract half of this stuff from where it lives, but you know what? It's okay. It'll get better. PKCE code verifier, yes. So that comes out of the state, which is, have I locked it already? Yes. So it's S at the moment. We've all been there. This is pretty bad even for me. I mean, I'm issuing an internal server error basically every second line. Yeah, okay. Gradually getting to the end of this hideous function. Cannot move out of dereference. Yep, that makes a lot of sense. So we can clone that. Can't unwrap clone though, can I? No. I can't because PKC code verifier isn't clonable. Damn it. Urgh. Hmm. Or is it? It exists because, but clone isn't satisfied because PKC code verifier doesn't support it. Bugger. Now PKC code verifier is a secret. I can store that as a string. That's why we didn't do it in the first place, I'm sure. OIDC. And this one. Got to be a string. It's going to cause errors. Into. Yep, thought so. Okay, so we just need to reconstruct it on the other side. Oh boy. This is definitely challenging, but maybe it'll be worth it. Um, okay, so back into server. Get rid of that. Still need that. Get rid of that. This needs to be a PKCE code verifier new into, I think, but I'm not sure if it's going to let me do that. Can't move out of dereference. Can I clone it? Apparently so. That's ugly as shit, but that's okay. It'll get pretty eventually. Same problem. This time, can I clone it? Yes. All right. So foo needs to go away. Cannot move out of an arc. Same problem. So I do need to clone. Same problem here. And here. Oh my God, all the errors went away. Not quite. um, cannot move out of dereference. Probably a clone. Yeah. Same issue. And that's now the final error. So, why? Twitch-irc-rs response, blah, blah, blah. Handler is not satisfied because I'm passing too many things to it, basically. Is it because I've called with state twice? Let's find that out. Axum with state. Has to implement clone. Oh, I'm pretty sure I took clone off one of them. Yep. And that's why we had it on there. And we can't clone and notify. Damn it. That's painful, man. Painful. The notify has to be there. So I can't use with state, right? Can I use layer? Has to have clone. You could try. GPT wanted me to use layer. Extension shared data. Oh, we can try it. Because I don't think I can add clone. Is extension right? Axum extract extension shared foo. Let's try it again. No, same problem. Handler's not satisfied. Function Axum extract query, Twitch OIDC response, Axum extract state, arc config, Axum extract state, arc mutex. Equals standard result, string, OpenID connect, status code. Oh, is it because I need to use request status code? Handler layered or method router? Hmm, that's tricky. ChatGPT saved me from countless boring and unclear tasks. Yeah, it kind of led me astray earlier, actually. Um, but it's also been very helpful trying to dissect some of this thread stuff, which is really kicking my ass. I don't suppose it's got anything to do with the fact that I'm using OpenID Connect status code instead of request or Axon. No, and we can try, but I don't think it'll make any difference. No. All right. Um, Bugger. How do I get past this? I need to find out um, a workaround. I'm wondering if the shared state needs to be combined in some way, but it needs to support clone. Um, Axum reports that the following handler signature does not implement handler. Suggest a possible remedy. Only extract one type. I don't know if I can do that because I've got two different sources of values that I need to use. It needs to create its own client. I think that's the main problem, actually. If it didn't need to create a client, would I still need to use config? Let's find that out. Um, if we comment out all of this stuff, including the client, what? Well, that's new. I've never seen Envim crash before. Wow, interesting. I wonder if it's saved. Server. Uh, okay, so if I take, yeah, yeah, I'm apparently capable of making one of the most stable programs in the world just die. Um, that's the code. So the rest of it is config. Config. That's a discover that we don't need to repeat if we've got a shared client. config, 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 and client. So if we could somehow not have to have that stuff, could we then get rid of that second value? Yeah, I think it's still the problem that it doesn't support clone. Tricky stuff. First time. That's right. I mean, it would certainly be a lot cleaner if you didn't have to do all that. How could I share the client between Tokyo tasks? It seems unsafe. I mean, the rest of the handler is actually not that complicated. But if it doesn't meet the qualifications of a handler, then I can't use it as one. What if I passed a reference to the client each time? Is there any way that could be safe? The client doesn't have to be mutable, does it? You could always just clone it. The only things it needs, it's already got the first time it's created. All right, let's chase that as an idea. How would I get the client reference to the handler though? I can't pass it as state because I need those values from the mutex. Could I import it? No, it's not a compile time resource. This is really frustrating. I'm close. It's weird to be creating a client in a URL handler. Like, it's just weird. What if the state that I pass to this had multiple aspects to it? It has to support clone. Is that the problem? Um, an L has to be one of these things. An into response. Because if there was a reference to the client in the state, we could do something like, hang on, let's try axum state value that doesn't support clone, that doesn't implement clone. cloning an arc. Static references implement clone. That's an interesting idea. That's a possibility. This is super riveting watching me read documentation. Only allows a single state type, but you can use from ref to extract substrates. Substates. This feels complex. Your top level state type must implement clone. This is also true if you're extracting substates, unless you never extract the top level state itself. Okay. That might be a light at the end of the tunnel. In general, we recommend you implement clone for all your state types to avoid potential type errors. But I can't. I take it Tokyo notify clone. But it does implement clone. Wait a minute. Debug, default, rewind, unrun safe. So how does it get cloned? Oh, it's an arc. Right. Well, could I store an all right, bot. Let me ask you this. Notify does not implement clone. This is making it difficult to pass state containing notify to an Axum handler. Suggest a workaround. The bot's only suggestion is to wrap it in an arc-mutex, which we're kind of already doing. Yeah, that's really confusing. I need to notify because we need to tell the rest of the application when the access token has been updated from this thread. Unless we can just assume that it's been updated, but that doesn't sound right. It feels like I would have to pass it in some kind of nested structure. So something like what they were suggesting for this. So let's try it. Let's just see what it would look like. We don't have to commit to anything. Route state. There are two things we might need to pass to it, but let's start with just OIDC state, which is an arc mutex OIDC state. Does that have to implement clone? Oh, app state doesn't, because we never extract it. And then layer extension. Oh, we haven't created it, but it would be layer extension route state, OIDC state, something to that effect. And then derive clone. Oh, and this state has to have clone on it. Damn it. Ugh. How do I do this? Maybe a route just can't use notify. Xm route notify Tokyo. Can make a handler that calls a service and returns its response. Why are you spawning threads from within your handlers? Why are you cloning your arc despite getting an owned arc and only using it once? Why can't I pass an axiom router to a function? No. Yeah, I don't think this is a thing that people are doing. How else can I do it? I mean, write it to a file, write it to a database, might be simpler. Pass a static reference to it. It doesn't sound very safe. You could nest the arc mutex. I'll have one look at that just to see if it might be possible. So instead of a notifier, this becomes an arc mutex notifier, which just sounds like a really bad idea. It's like you've got a nested lock, basically. Let notifier equals s notify lock unwrap, and then notifier notify one. Oh, that looks so bad. Um, but that makes it clonable, I guess. So, oh yeah, those are unused because I changed everything. And now it's still a problem. Well, it's almost 11 o'clock and I don't think I'm solving this tonight. I am going to ask some people for advice. In the meantime, we may as well raid. Why not? Guess it's probably Beegs. Who else is? Do I recognize anybody else? I recognize a lot of people. Yeah, I think it's probably Biggs. Take it easy, folks. Thanks for hanging out.